Ah, that was really laggy for me as it transitioned over. Anyways, let's get a move on without any further ado. So yeah, hope your day's going alright so far, Ben. On this Saturday afternoon. But yeah, we're back in Sonic 2 with Chemical Plant. And we have one more emerald to get. Whether I'll get that in this act or another act, I don't know. Because when I went through story mode for the first time, I got the emeralds, but like I didn't find any checkpoints in my route of Act 1. So I wasn't able to get Supersonic, well, to get any emeralds in Act 1. My day's been alright so far. Just been sitting at home really. While my parents have been out. Yeah, no checkpoints on this route. So no emeralds yet. I'm sure we will we'll definitely come across some checkpoints in Act 2. Also, I appear to have maxed out the coin count when I was doing mission mode. Zoom. Yeah, I don't know if like on the menu it will count above 999, but in game it looks like it only goes up to 999. Be on and off lurking and doing some cleaning. Fair enough, fair enough. That's fair. I mean, Saturday afternoons aren't usually a time where any of our group stream. Yeah, it's because the missions get you quite a few coins. And obviously, like, 1-ups and stuff get you coins as well. And obviously, I get a lot of 1-ups in these games. Oi! That's never happened to me before. Oh, and now I'm going this way. I mean, they all have you end up in the same place, but still. I was supposed to clean yesterday, but something came up. I wonder what that was. Now, I'm going to see if I can show off here. Yeah! Skip the stairs. With that jump. Anyways, this is the final special stage, so, yeah. There may be some retries here, because, it's a big exercise in memorization. Yeah, jumping across to the other side is the most useful thing to do in this section here, because you avoid the bombs and it kind of gets you to jump at the right spot as well. What came up as I wanted to watch the boys before I stream and not clean. I thought you just meant you would have cleaned in the afternoon, but you streamed. Oh, I missed 2 sets of rings. Same thing as first section really. Jump across. I think at this point, yeah, there's a bunch of rings on that side. What you really want to do in this special stage is try and build up as many rings as possible in those first 2 sections, because the final section does this. Quite how you're meant to, you know, get lots of rings here, and then they try to catch you up with bombs that you can't see coming. Also, those would be harder to see coming in the original version. Ah! I'm glad if Tails gets hit, it doesn't matter, I have enough rings on my own. You see, it's not too bad once you've memorized it, but you gotta memorize when to jump between the sides. Because, like, if you don't memorize it or you try swerving through, it's very easy to get hit. It's mainly a memorization problem with this stage. It's only because I played it several times. And more so on the remaster, not so much in the original. I imagine it's even hard. I imagine it's all quite hard in the original. Anyways, we have all the Chaos Emeralds, and this is the first time in story mode we've been able to do this. Ugh. Ah! Okay. That's the thing with Supersonic. He's a little bit unwieldy. Yeah. Doing the quick kill on this boss is a little harder on the remasters where you have widescreen, because in the original release you can kind of just hold right, and because Eggman will be at the edge of the screen, but not so much here. So you have to be a little more careful. Right, on to Aquatic Ruin. A water stage where you can, if you are good at staying on the high routes, you can avoid most of the water. Whoops. Oh. Not much point going Supersonic, I'm already at the end of the level. A water stage with optional water. It's a lot of people do say that a lot of people do count this as their favourite water level or one of their favourites because of how it approaches the water. Like it's a hazard to avoid as opposed to the route they make you go through. So a lot of people do like this more than other water levels. Hold on. There it is, yeah. Alright. There we go. Springs. Springs to get up to the top route. I think Tails just drowned. Rip Tails, I guess.
Riptail's gone but not forgotten.
Supersonic. Great for cheesing bosses. And Casino Night Zone. Another fan favourite, for fairly obvious reasons as to why it has returned in later games. Oh dear, Tails. There's one problem with the Origins version of Sonic 2. Tails likes to get stuck off screens for some reason. So if I make him fly, he should return. There we go. I do hope that gets patched out. It's slightly annoying. It's not the end of the world, because you know. But it's slightly annoying. Recognizing more of the zones this time. Yeah, I mean, outside of like Green Hill, I'd say Sonic 2 probably has more recognizable levels than Sonic 1. There we go. Like, I would say outside of Green Hill, Sonic 2's level tropes probably get revisited more than Sonic 1's, I would say. Alright, I'm going down here, I guess. Oh. I wanted the jackpot, though. No point getting invincibility. There's like barely any enemies. Oh, Sonic 2 is like yeah, Sonic 2 is like a textbook example of how to do a sequel right. Though, as I've probably said on other Sonic 2 streams, it's kind of amazing the game came out as well as it did, considering how troubled the development was. Like, the game went through a lot of development troubles, and yet came out, you know, as, well, as Sonic 2, frankly. You know, it's like, that's pretty amazing. Come on. I want the jackpot. No. I mean, 3 Sonics is good, but I want the jackpot. One of the museum pieces is unlocked by getting the jackpot in Sonic 2. Which is entirely luck-based, I'm pretty sure. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I held A, I don't know if that helped or not. Hey, I got the jackpot at least. You know what that means. We have plenty of rings to go supersonic and wreck the entire level. Oh, Tails. Oh. Who needs the pinball launcher? Eggman doesn't stand a chance. Oh yeah, I forgot you can keep yourself on the pinball flippers as supersonic. Don't know whether you could do that in the original, or whether that's just a thing for this. While we're on the topic of supersonic, him being in the film was so satisfying. Yes! Yes, I loved that Supersonic was in the film. I think that maybe nearly made me tear up, I can't remember, but I think it might have. Now, if you remember what I said about in Sonic 1, where they added a couple of new routes for Tails and Knuckles, they added a new route for Tails and maybe Knuckles down here, which you can technically get to as Sonic, but I think once you get there, it's like really hard to actually get through it. But I want to at least show it off. Hold on. No, I'm not going to reach it like that, am I? Yeah, this route down here was not here in the original. But I think if I come down here, if I try to proceed, I'm probably not going to be able to get very far. If I remember right. Yeah, they definitely assume that you have Tails or Knuckles here. Ah. Yeah, I'm just gonna go the normal route. But yeah, it's really cool that they added like bits like that. But yeah, I'm just gonna go the normal route since I'm playing as Sonic. much easier. We'll see, you might notice that Hilltop looks a lot like Emerald Hill. The remnants of when Sonic 2 was a had a time travel plot. Yeah, very early in development, Sonic 2, it was gonna have a time travel story. Sonic would travel to a few different time periods. I don't think it would be like in I don't think it was like in the gameplay like with CD, but it was definitely part of the story. Who needs lifts when you can just do that? But yeah, like, if I remember right, because a few years ago, some of the developers did like a talk where they like showed off some developments of like images and stuff. And like some of the images were like sort of like a world map, sort of conceptual sort of world map sort of thing, or world maps. And I think, and I'm pretty sure Hilltop was like a different time zone, like time period version of Emerald Hill in those documents, or in those images. But yeah, I don't think it has much to do with CD, considering, like, I mean, maybe, like, you know, they did it to, you know, they sort of went through with it because Sonic 2 didn't, but I don't think it has much to do with it, because, they were being developed by different sort of parts of Sega. Like, Sonic 2 was developed in America, while CD was developed in Japan. Oh, I always do that. Ah, yes, invincibility for the upcoming bit of the stage where invincibility won't help you. Because this is a crushing floor section. Invincibility totally helps you with the crushing. Obviously, the Sonic 2 team grabbed it as they knew time travel would be ripping off Doctor Who. I bet if we asked Joe, like I bet he would say that Sonic CD was inspired by Doctor Who for the time travel, even though it's obviously based on Back to the Future. Like in the 2011 version, the achievements, like the achievement for like traveling through time, for like doing your first time travel maneuver, is called 88 miles an hour. Like the achievement. Let's get this in case I somehow die to the boss. You can get those 8 hits in without Supersonic, obviously, although you're very likely to get hit afterwards if you do that. It is possible to get 8 hits in that on him and then land back on the platform, not as Supersonic, but not easy to do. But it is possible. Alright, Mystic Cave Zone. About the halfway mark of the game, where the game starts, I would say, getting harder. Mystic Cave, aesthetically, probably one of my favourites from Sonic 2. Like if I had to pick another level from Sonic 2 to come back in like a game, like another location, I would pick Mystic Cave. And yeah, Doctor Who's time travel is more like a sort of. It's not really like the solution to problems. It's just sort of set dressing in a way. Oh. Also, the 3DS version of Sonic 2 with the stereoscopic 3D, Mystic Cave Zone looks really good with all the different layers of parallax scrolling in the background. I'm totally going to cheese the level. Get on to else. Yeah, like all the layers of scrolling makes it look really good on the 3DS version. Oh. Now, back when Sonic Generations came out, there was a lot of people were sort of often saying like, "Oh, what would you have like? What level would you have picked?" Or like, for it, or like if you were to pick extra levels, what would you pick? And like Mystic Cave is probably my pick. Yes, Mystic Cave Zone Act 2. Now, there's actually something special about the mobile version, about the remaster of Sonic 2, and you access it through Mystic Cave Zone Act 2. So I was saying actually about Sonic 2's development, sort of history and troubles. You might remember when I streamed Sonic 2 a while ago that I showed off those prototypes, which had some scrap levels and stuff. Let's just say that's relevant to what's hidden in Mystic Cave Act 2. So in the original Mystic Cave Act 2, you'd want to go on the top routes to avoid a certain pit. So in the original Sonic 2, go away. In the original Sonic 2, this was a very deep pit of spikes that you couldn't get out of unless you were Knuckles. Obviously he didn't exist in the game until a couple of years after. But you can't get out of this pit, but it's not a bottomless pit, it's just spikes. So you kind of just had to sit in there, and wait for your rings to keep going away from you. In the remakes, however, or the remasters, fall down here, and after all these years, Hidden Palace is finally officially in Sonic 2. When they announced this for, in 2013 for the mobile versions, the Sonic community, or at least, the retro Sonic community, collectively lost our minds. This is a very cool, very, very, very cool addition. Oh. It's amazing that we finally got to have Hidden Palace in officially. It's in a different context to what it originally would have been, but, doesn't really matter. Still Hidden Palace. Yeah, because Hidden Palace is always like the most infamous of Sonic 2's scrapped levels, because it was like the most complete out of any of the ones in any of the prototypes, although it didn't really have much work put into it in the first place, but still more than the other scrapped levels. And it had like a pretty infamous mock-up image as well. So yeah, it is really cool to finally have it in the game. And the level design's pretty good as well. Like, like it fits in with the rest of Sonic 2's levels, I would say. Fits in relatively well. Ah. Where is Supersonic in case I lose my rings? Oh look, it's the Master Emerald. It's not, it's just a breakable object. In the original, in the prototypes, there was an emerald object blocking a tube that, for years, it was speculated as to what it was, was it the Master Emerald? Like, was it going to be in Sonic 2? But no, it was always meant to just be a breakable object. Anyways, I'm going to show off the gimmick for the boss first. The level design, most of it's new, because the prototype didn't have that much level design in it, but they do take some, like, chunks, some, like, bits of level design from the original. Anyways, with this boss, basically you want to line up that bomb so that it explodes on Eggman like that. Of course, with Supersonic, you can just do that. You can't do that with normal Sonic. He like jumps out, he gets out of the way too quickly, and there's the flame. It's a neat idea for a boss, although can be a little frustrating. So yeah. But yeah. Although I will say, by going through Hidden Palace, you do skip out on the rest of Mystic Cave Act 2, so you don't do Mystic Cave Act 2's boss. It brings you straight to Oil Ocean. Oil Ocean. This is the point in the game where you can, where it starts to become fairly apparent it was rushed, if you ask me. Come on, Tails. Thing is, I like what they did with it in Mania though, and it was cool that they even decided to have it come back in Mania in the first place, because I don't think Oil Ocean was ever like a fan favorite level. Because like whereas it's like say Sonic Generations, they kind of stuck to fan favorite levels. But with Mania, it was interesting that they went with Oil Ocean. Screw it. No. Up a route, please. skip some of this. Oh, not much apparently. Yeah, 'cause I feel like they made Oil Ocean more fun in Sonic Mania, personally. Oh, that just leads down here. Okay. Because I think what I usually end up thinking of first with Oil Ocean is getting blindsided by enemies, well, by projectiles. Because like both the octopus and seahorse enemies have projectiles that are like not the easiest to see coming. So yeah, like the fire stuff in Act 2 was really good. I mean, just also the fact that the fire shield does what it does in Mania is amazing. Ah. Yeah, it's like there's only, if I remember right, there's only two enemy types in Oil Ocean, but they're both annoying. Oh, missed my chance to go up there. Ah well. Oh, there's Tails. Yeah, I'm going to be going Supersonic as soon as possible, I think, in this level. Yeah. I'll stick with being Supersonic, I think. Yeah, it's a little harder to control, but it means I don't get blindsided by enemy projectiles. That said, while these enemies are annoying, you know, they're not the Metropolis Zone Unholy Trinity. At least. So, you know, make it out what you will. Oh. No. Don't go up the other slide. Anyways, you'll see what I mean by when I say that the Oil Ocean boss in Mania is like a souped up version of this boss. Yeah, except instead of a giant octopus bot, it's just like a submarine thing. Normally kill him in 2 cycles of Supersonic, so there we go. And Metropolis Zone. Everyone's favourite. Oh, after that stupid mission, don't get me started on Asterons. At least the Shellcrackers have, I think, slightly less janky hitboxes in this. In the original Sonic 2, the Shellcrackers hitbox was the worst. Slices are still very annoying in this though. Oh, I have enough emeralds, I have enough rings rather. Alright, we're going Supersonic. One of the achievements in the mobile version is beat an active Metropolis without getting hurt, like without getting hit. And I'm pretty sure probably the only realistic way to do it is to just go Supersonic. Oh no. I think I know what the advice is going to be.
The longer the icon
Yep.
of sin is on Earth, the stronger he will become.
I still need to like get to work on other channel point things I want to do. Oh, I fell down. Yeah, I know what I want to do, I just gotta get around to doing it. I'm sure that's how you're meant to get up there. Being supersonic makes Metropolis a lot less of a pain. I mean, that said, again, I think the hitboxes are very slightly less jank on the enemies in this version, so there is that. I mean, hitboxes still aren't great, but I don't know. Maybe they're not less jank, I don't know. Ah! Though what is jank are these gears. When you're standing on like the actual like turny bits of the gears, it's weird. It doesn't act like that in the mobile version, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know what happened here. Hold on. Let's get Tails back, so he's not jumping off screen. So Tails can stand under those spikes, but Sonic can't. Turny bits, do you mean the teeth? Yes. Look. I don't claim to know things. They're the bits that turn. Oh, I hate that Shellcracker in particular. That placement is the worst. Come on, Tails. We'd mock Joe. That says only fair. I mean, if I didn't think of the word myself, I probably wouldn't have mocked him, so... Ah! Okay. Oh no. Not quite sure how I avoided that, but whatever. Ah. Ah. So many enemies. And Tails having a bad time. Let's get him back. Probably gonna be super full of like 2 seconds here. Yeah. Oh well. Those 2 seconds of level did get done quicker, I suppose. Oh, there we go. Act through Metropolis and they greet you with a slicer. If you didn't jump for rings, then, well, tough, I guess. Ah! Alright. Not quite sure how it killed me on the way down, but hey. I would say it's not quite as bad as the beginning of Collision Chaos in Sonic CD, because this is at least this is a late game level. Whereas Collision Chaos is the second level. Oh, come on! I think they made the aggro range for these things larger as well in the remasters, because in the original, most of the time when you're going up when you're like going up those screws, as long as you're centered on the screw, then then the Astrons won't activate. Yeah. Yeah, second level is a bit like early to pull that kind of trick, but that is, Sonic CD be doing what Sonic CD does. Hey Sam, no worries, no worries. I mean, it's a, unusual stream time for most of us. Oh, I forgot about you. That's a horrid placement as well. Oh, you. I have a feeling those don't hurt you in the original games. But anyway, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Just narrowly avoided that slicer there. Ugh. Everywhere. Oh, I mean, that was the original Mega Drive version. I'd have got hit there, definitely. Ah. I'll drag Tails in from off screen at some point. I'll climb up this first. Oh, that's also like horrific, because if you get knocked off if you get knocked off here, you're likely going to fall past this. I get Tails here to make this go up faster. Ah. At least in this version, I have Tails who can airlift me up here. This is the original release. No such luck in that regard. Right, boss time. This level is awful. There's a reason this level is infamous. Oh! There we go. Yeah, this level's infamous among Sonic fans, mainly for its unholy trinity of enemies. So of course they had to base a level off it in Sonic 4, you know, of course. But it is done at least. Well, I spent nearly 5 minutes in here. But, time for Sky Chase. I'm so glad it's not that stupid mission. That was not fun. Oh. Also, a slight oversight, I can't remember whether this applies in the mobile versions, but you can't move the plane up or down if you're standing on something else, which I'm pretty sure you could in the original. It doesn't affect things too much, but just an odd oversight. But again, I can't remember whether that oversight applies to the mobile version as well. I think every time I've done something annoying or slightly difficult in Sonic games, Joe just says it's easy, I think, to try and like annoy me. Yeah, it took me like over half an hour, maybe like 40-45 minutes. Thing is, clearing the mission isn't hard, it's just a case of surviving. It's getting the S rank that's hard, because you gotta not get hit, but also get pretty much almost all the rings, and avoid many off-screen projectiles, including ones from this Astron enemies from Metropolis Zone. You can't hit those turtles down there, and they can't hit you, so I think they're just put there for aesthetic purposes. Being so Champions Road every time. Thing is, Champions Road, I still haven't beaten. I personally find it difficult, but I think that's because I think that's partially because I attempted to do it with no power-ups or anything. Speaking of making things easy, yes, I am going to take the big shortcut. Shame I'm going to lose all my rings and therefore probably not get enough to use Supersonic in the boss fight, but hey. Yeah, if you get hit and go through those propellers, and go through the propellers on through the start, it is a huge, huge, huge shortcut. Also, this conveyor belt, it actually works now. Never worked in the original Mega Drive release. Yeah, Champions Road is just like cheap. I don't like it because of that. I was hoping to perhaps get enough rings. Oh well. can't remember if I showed this off before, but there's a very hidden 1-up over here. Well, I suppose it's a coin in this version. And then to get out of here, you have to fall. The wind current's not meant to kill you. The wind current's meant to take you all the way to the left to get to a crane. That's... You saw the wind current start to carry me. It's meant to carry you all the way. I don't know what happened there. Hold on, I'll try that again. The current's meant to carry you, unless you're not meant to go. Unless you're meant to go to the left. Anyway, there's a 1-up and there's a way to get back. I can't remember how you get back from it. I don't usually go for it because it's a bit risky. Of course, you know, not a 1-up in anniversary mode because they got rid of lives. Anyway, let's actually go take on the boss. Why not? I would say this is probably this is definitely one of the more difficult bosses in the game. So you gotta try and hit this laser. But to reach it you have to go on these very small spike platforms. And yeah, because of the way rings bounce away, it's hard to recover scatter rings if you get hit, so yeah. Anyways, always gotta get the hidden box there. And Tails is back after being gunned down. As dusting done onto Hoover, so it'll be a little quieter. Or will be quieter, fair enough. Alright, time for Death Egg Zone. No rings, 2 bosses. Oh. Trying to be clever. You always get 4 free hits in at the start there. So you get Mecha Sonic halfway down. Yeah. Once you know just how vulnerable Mecha Sonic is, rather, he's pretty easy to take down. This boss, though, I find it harder I find it harder to hit Eggman while he's walking in this version. Somewhat, anyway. I say as I hit him 3 times perfectly. When I was playing through this the first time on story mode, I found it harder anyway. But at least this doesn't have the really annoying glitch where you fall through him as you hit him instead of bouncing off. Because that really sucked in the original. Ah, there we go. I feel like it's easier to get hit by the spiked arms in this version than in the original. No matter what you do, Eggman will always be faster than you there. Because I know a lot of people do like to complain about the Death Egg Zone in this game and that you have to do this fairly difficult boss with no rings. Well, it's difficult because there's no rings. But I don't know, I like the challenge. Like, I think it's, you know, a good sort of like final test. You know. Oh, and yeah, the final boss music is, oh, absolutely, yeah. I love this theme. Very fitting. No! I think that might have been like the final hit as well. I was distracted talking about how good the music is. The delete button so close to send. I know. Yeah. Like, people, like, you know, obviously nowadays complain about the whole, you know, if you lose all your lives here, you gotta do the whole game again, but like, you know, it is a game from 1992, that was the norm, that was how games worked back then. Okay, I don't know how I expected to not get hit there with my approach. Of course, in, you know, again, anniversary, oh, I go down too late. Anniversary mode, you got infinite lives. So once you're here, it's only a matter of time. And, you know, I could take him down the safe way, but it looks cooler if I do it, you know, if I hit him as much as I can. Yeah, if I hit him while he's walking, it's, you know, it looks cooler. But also, not only like the music, but like the background as well, like, it's just a really good backdrop for this fight as well. Like, there's a reason they brought back the Death Egg robot so much. It is absolutely iconic. You know. Great. I think it's a great final boss. You know. It's one of those ones that really sort of has that, like, feels like an insurmountable challenge. You know. And then you sort of get that, like, you know, sort of when you finally beat it for the first time. I was a bit slow on my approach there. When you finally beat it for the first time, there's nothing quite like it. I mean, there's a reason people used to say they beat video games instead of finishing video games. Really. So, yeah, nowadays we tend to finish games rather than beating them. But, yeah. Back in the day, it was always that you beat such and such game. It's concentration time now. There we go, finally. That's Sonic 2. Sonic 2's ending, still one of my absolute favourites in games. I prefer the non-supersonic ending, but the supersonic ending's still good. A lot of it is the music, though. I love the music here. You know, probably one of my favorite pieces of music of all time. Man. Like, as frustrated as I do get in some parts of Sonic 2, I do still think it's, personally, ugh. Can we get a ban on that guy? Thanks. Ruining my talk of how, despite some of the issues I have with Sonic 2 with some of the levels, it is still one of my favorite games of all time. I think it is, you know, I think it's one of the best sort of just one of the best games of all time, in my opinion anyway. I absolutely love this game. You know. And obviously, yes, I have a lot of nostalgic bias when I say that, seeing as it was one of the very first games I ever played, but what an impression on, this, this medium, Sonic 2. What an impression on, what gaming is. I'm glad that, the moment of silence for the animals in Sky Chase Zone who fell to their deaths. So Mark Cerny, that is the same Mark Cerny that's like the higher, like the head or whatever of PlayStation. Yeah, Mark Cerny from PlayStation worked on this game. He worked at the Sega Technical Institute. So, his resume, obviously includes like PlayStation consoles and stuff, and this game. Like, that's a pretty, pretty good resume, if you ask me. You don't get the fancy visuals of Sonic 1's credits in Sonic 2, but if I remember right, the credits were like programmed in like they were put into the build in within the last week of the game or something, the last week of development or something like that. So it's kind of a miracle the credits were even there in the first place, I think. Again, given the development troubles and stuff, it is a miracle that Sonic 2 came out as well as it did. That it is one of those greatest games. Also, this little bit of cutscene added in the mobile versions. The Death Egg crashing on Angel Island. And who's that lurking in the bushes? That was added in the mobile version, and a lot of people were like, oh, does this mean they're going to do Sonic 3 next? But obviously, they never got the chance to, until now. But I believe you only see that little cutscene at the end of the credits if you get all the emeralds. But hey, in Sonic Origins you get to see it there, so, And the Sonic 3 intro. I love this. It's probably my favourite of the, game cutscenes. Ken Penders a kid, the character. But yeah, out of all the cutscenes, at the beginning and end of each game, this is probably my favourite. Look at him. I love how Knuckles is drawn in these scenes. It was Lava Refact too. And obviously that's Knuckles' theme, but yeah, I love that scene. it's done really well. So, on to Sonic 3. And this is an entirely new remaster made just for this. So first difference, Knuckles is a lot more animated here. Well, a little bit more animated. But yeah. We're finally on Angel Island. We have a drop dash that's a lot less sloppily implemented, so it's really fun to use here. Sonic has his Insta-Shield, just as good as in the original. And, you know, everything is all good. Super Saiyan 9 tells us something I knew I needed. Anyways, I'm just going to refill my drink, because, you know, I'm nearly finished on this. I'm planning to go on a fair bit long for a little bit, so before I get into Sonic 3, I'm just going to go refill my drink, so I'll be back in just a minute. I'm not even going to ask what's going on in that group chat, because I kind of don't want to know. Anyways. Oh, whoops. Blue sphere's obviously here and accounted for, and obviously much smoother in animation. Pretty much just like it is in Sonic Mania, to be honest, just with the original visuals. And obviously, since this is Sonic 3 and Knuckles, we have 14 emeralds to go through, so we're seeing a lot of blue sphere. I probably won't bother getting perfects in like the rest of them, in most of them. I just kind of can't not do it for the first one. And then there's a couple where I use the perfect as like a thing, so I know when to go and look for like the last few spheres. But for a lot of them, yeah, I don't need to perfect. Blue spheres nightmares. Well, it's a good thing in this version, if you want the emeralds, you can retry them if you mess up with coins. Obviously, as long as you're playing in anniversary mode. But again, I do wonder, you know, unless you really want to play with lives, quite the point of classic mode. Like, maybe if the classic mode was emulated, you might have a reason to, like, you know, play it for certain quirks and stuff that aren't 100% represented in the Retro Engine versions, but, you know, it's still the Retro Engine versions if you play in classic mode. But yeah, Sonic 3 and Knuckles has had a lot of nice changes done to it. For example, when you go up the inside of that tree, Sonic actually has Sonic 3 sprites rather than some reused Sonic 2 sprites. And of course all the bonus stages are here as well. The glowing spheres. My favourite of the bonus stages. And the reason why I never had a problem with Titanic Monarch in Sonic Mania, because you know, the spheres in that are from this. And it's like, you know, never had a problem in that level because I played this a lot. Lightning shield, that's good. Is it going to travel up here or have I off screen? I think I've off screened it. Oh no, I missed the one up. Whatever will I do? Oh, careful. Don't want to be under there. Crushed. Yeah, one thing I do want to show. Look how smooth these rings are. So much smoother than the original. Looks so good. Anyways, I will not bother getting a perfect here. Now I will say the Sonic 3 port isn't without its weird sort of things and some bugs and stuff, but like including in the special stages, because of the way Sonic Team handled the music for Sonic Origins, the music used here doesn't speed up as the level speeds up, which is a bit odd. But that's more so the way Sonic Team implemented the music in these games. That's not the fault of the Retro Engine itself. You know, it's more the fault of Sonic Team implementing music weirdly instead of using, you know, just the native music sort of stuff from the Retro Engine. They used some other like middleware. They used some other middleware to put the music on instead for some reason, which slightly mystifies me. Hold on. I want to show off something. With this, Sonic smoothly rotates. It's slightly weird because it's like one of the only times he actually does rotate like that in this, because like around loops and stuff he still sticks to the original 8 angles, but yeah. This boss is easy as ever with the fire shield. Also in Sonic 3, you can press A to skip the score tally, which is so handy. But yeah, I just love how smooth that ring is. So good. There's another one I won't bother getting the perfect on. Just wastes time, frankly. Speaking of wasting time. Like in the original release, obviously it's a good idea to get perfects and stuff, because it'll help build up lives and continues. But, well, I mean, Sonic 3 always had a save feature, so, if you game over, you can just go back to the beginning of the zone. And then also, But, it's still useful to have, I suppose. But yeah, in this version, as long as you're not playing on Classic anyway, no real need for it. What do you do to get a perfect? You get all the rings, every single ring in the level. So you have to enclose all the groups of blue spheres and all that to get to turn to rings. Mania getting perfects causes, gets you a gold medal. And, well, gold medals don't do anything different to silver medals, it's just bragging rights in Sonic Mania. Well, maybe an achievement on the non-Nintendo versions. Didn't mean to land on that, but I'll take it. Oh, well, I don't need it anyway. I'm at 999. And Emerald number 4. Well, one thing I never mentioned while I was playing Sonic 2, but Supersonic in this, like in Sonic Mania, you don't press jump twice, or just jump, you press jump and then a different button. I know I might have mentioned it last time. When I did Sonic 1 and CD. But yeah, it's a very handy feature, especially for Sonic 3. So you can still use your double jump abilities in Sonic 3 without being forced to transform. Yeah, this is probably my least favourite one to perfect out of the Sonic 3 special stages. Because you have to leave the sort of the path that it takes you through to go get those spheres first, and then find your way back to whichever spheres you left. I don't like perfecting that one, although there are Sonic and Knuckles ones that I enjoy perfecting even less. So yeah. Come on. There we go. Also, the bubble shield in this works exactly like it did in Sonic 3. Sonic Mania, you can't spam the bounce like this, but they restored it in this, which I'm very grateful for. Also, they fixed this section. Tails doesn't get hit by all the bombs anymore. Like, he actually keeps up with you. There's Eggman. Is that the flying battery? I think the manual implies that it is, but I don't know if it's meant to be. Like, I don't know if it's meant to be flying battery, but I think at least the English language Sonic 3 manual implies it's meant to be. Anyways, down to the next level, which is pronounced Hydro City. I won't get into that discourse. Pronounce it the way you want, but I think it's meant to be Hydro City. I think it was intended to be Hydro City, and that's how I always did set it anyway. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's a Sonic level. Anyways, another one of the water levels that people actually like. I think it's probably partly because A, you can build up speed on a lot of it, and B, you get water shields pretty early on. So the water's not as much of a problem in this level. Also running on water is cool.
Hydro City Kappa.
Hey, that was closer to Hydro City. Can't quite reach up there. Oh. Yeah, the music is great. Probably one of my favorite water level themes. Like, both Act 1 and Act 2 I really like. Yeah, they're both great, really. Anyways, also a fun bit of trivia. The colours in the special stages, in the Sonic 3 special stages, I should say, the colour schemes in them kind of match up with the levels of Sonic 3. It's like the colours for the first special stage kind of match up with Angel Islands, the second one kind of matches up with Hydro City, the third one kind of matches up with Marble Garden, the fourth kind of matches up with Carnival Night, and the seventh kind of matches up with Launch Base. This one doesn't really match up with any of the colours in the levels in the first half, but it matches Flying Battery's colour, and is between Carnival Night and Ice Cap's colour scheme ones. So, which is where Flying Battery was originally meant to be. So, fun bit of trivia. Anyways, the first instance of many where the Insta-Shield lets you get hits on bosses when you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Most of those hits I got in on that boss without the Insta-Shield, you'd get hit by the things going around it. But the Insta-Shield, yeah. Like, Tails, in general, Tails is the easy mode because of flying. But I think Sonic has an easier time with the bosses if you master the Insta-Shield. The drop dash complements this area quite well, actually. Yeah, I probably use the drop dash more in Sonic 3 than the other games in Origins, just because it's programmed a bit better in Sonic 3, to be honest. Funny how when one of the creators of Sonic Mania, helps program the programs the drop dash in, he gets it better than Sonic Team kind of shoving it into the old remasters. Special stage up here. Yeah, this is one of the ones where I use the perfect to inform me whether I have whether it's time to go for all of the non-grouped up spheres. That said, through playing it on this, I've kind of gotten a better idea of the layout. Oh, hold on. No. I've got that wrong, haven't I? What? I said I had a better handle on the layout of this one. Apparently not. Oh well. Either way. Get the perfect, I know we can just go through all of these. My friend's playing Mario and Rabbids apparently. Ah, good. Don't have to jump over any spheres. That's good. Because if you're not careful, you have to master the art of jumping over 2 spheres at once. If you're not careful in this one. I'm very glad those things didn't hit me. I think yeah, that's one of those. Cameoing is what I miss about not streaming on Switch. Yeah, shame the Wii U doesn't have any like notifications. Although is there a way for me to for me to force some sort of notification onto your screen if we're both on Xenoblade X? If so, I'll not spam, but yeah, I think it'd be funny to stick something on to make a notification come up. As I haven't decided whether I'm playing Xenoblade X or 2 tonight. Maybe I'll play Portal, but I don't know. I'm kind of in a Xenoblade mood, but I don't know which one. That speed! I love how fast you can go. Don't. Well. There's a notification that shows what your squad mates are doing, but you turned it off. Ah, fair enough. I think I turned some of it off for me. Like I turned off like the ones that like show you achievements that other people got in your squad. But like I think I kept the ones that like say when people go on and offline. Yeah, it does show up over cutscenes. Yeah, I turned off the ones where, like, you know, it tells you like achievements other people got, because like I feel like that's a little spoilery. Personally, it's possible to. I'm pretty sure it's possible to jump up there as Sonic, but yeah, let's just get Tails to fly me in there. One more special stage for the Sonic 3 half. This is another one where I kind of need to get the perfect to know when to go after the last few spheres. Also one that doesn't really have much of a set path as well. Kind of just go whichever way. Anyways. Got the wrong way. Is what I wanted to do. Right. Find those lines of spheres. I've just got 2 more to find. Yeah, there they are. That's all the emeralds got. At the point I normally get them. Sonic got all Chaos Emeralds. Skip the score tally. Now Sonic can be Supersonic. And this actually shows one of the bits of new content for the remaster. There's been a new piece of music composed for Sonic 3. It's a new Supersonic theme, although it's not done with Mega Drive instruments. It's done with what sounds like a very similar set of instruments to what Sonic 4's soundtrack was done with. Yeah, I don't mind it. It doesn't quite sound as like Dying Cat synth as Sonic 4 itself does, but it does sound a bit out of place. And there's no way to change it back as far as I'm aware. I mean, I don't know whether playing in classic mode just has the invincibility music play like the old versions did, but yeah, it's a slightly odd change. Because like the Supersonic theme wasn't even one of the ones that needed to be changed for, you know, all the Sonic 3 licensing issues. They just decided to change it for whatever reason. I don't even care that I got hit there. Hold on. My phone was showing me something weird. Yeah, with that out of the way. Yeah, Marble Garden time. A lot of people don't like this level, but I don't mind it. can get build up some crazy speed on those slopes. Plus you can do this. Oh, not that. You can do this. Bounce on those things. Ah! I shouldn't have just run through there. So those blue, wheels that you spin dash to like make things move, they make a noise. They added a new sound effect for it. I say added a new. They made them make a noise that was like previously unused in the game. So that's pretty cool. But, one slight error in this version. The debris that's falling from the sky is only meant to be there when the screen's shaking, when that thing drills into the wall. I don't know why it keeps falling for a while. By for a while, I mean, I think it keeps going until you die or beat the level. Also, dying at the bottom of those pits is correct. That is what's meant to happen. I just don't normally get caught in them. Yeah, I find the spinning tops as well be a little weird to control. It feels like they made adjustments to how they control, but they feel a bit weird. I don't know. Yeah, I hate getting that giant ring. It takes you all the way back here. I probably can ditch the spinning top there. Yeah, I'm probably gonna try not to spam Supersonic too much in Sonic 3. I mean, there are certain situations where I will want to use him, but other situations where I don't really need to. So it'll mainly be boss fights and stuff that I'll want to use it for. So another one of the little touches, Sonic does like a spinning run animation when going around those bits, which is neat. I think that's a nice little touch. Yeah, I suppose in a way, skipping the Sonic to Mystic Cave boss isn't too much of an issue because this mini boss here is kind of a recreation of it. Because they kind of skip it by destroying it with Supersonic. You may recognize these pulleys from Stardust Speedway and Sonic Mania. But I think the blue wheels you spin dash on are also in Stardust Speedway Act 1 in Sonic Mania. Make sure you spin dash here to get into this upper route. And then run into that. So also, I'm sure the like spikes that rotate around this thing, it feels like it rotates, like it sort of animates smoother than in the original, but I can't remember. Yeah, these are slightly fiddly. I mean, they've always been fiddly, but they feel fiddly in a different way in this version. Who needs the pulley when you have momentum? And that's just one of my favourite things about these games, like, in terms of control and stuff, just finding somewhere where you know you can take advantage of the momentum and just go. Apparently my timing is real bad with these things. I always hit that spring. Spinny, spinny. Come on. There we go. Okay. Here's Eggman again, causing more trouble. Another earthquake sequence. Kind of like in Hilltop Zone, but a bit different. No, it does not have separate Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, it's just a combined game. Also, the camera is fixed here, it wasn't in the original. It's a slightly weird change. Like, it's not a bad change, it's just messes with my, like, sort of messes with my memory. Not memory, but like, it just sort of messes with, like, what I expect to see. But yeah, you can only play Sonic 3 and Knuckles separated in this, not separated, together. They treat it as one game here. Which, you know, it's how a lot of people treat the game nowadays anyway. Like, personally, I feel like it's, like Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles are, you know, I feel like they are, when they're together, they're more than the sum of their parts. Because when you play either one, like, individually, they do kind of feel a little like, a little, there's sort of something slightly anticlimactic whenever you play them individually nowadays. It's been a while since I've had to do more than just one hit there. Normally I manage to score in like 7 hits on Eggman before it takes to the skies. But we are about to get to one of the, massive points of contention with Sonic 3 on here. Yes, this is one of the music stages where it's changed music. Literally the entire back half of Sonic 3 has different music. And it's not the same arrangements. It's the same tunes as those heard in the PC Sonic & Knuckles collection and in the prototype that we got a couple of years ago. But it's not the same arrangements. Carnival Night in particular sounds quite different. And a lot of people aren't ultra happy. I mean, at first, because before the game came out, Sega has said that Jun Senoue was doing some new music for Sonic 3, which a lot of people assumed, and at the time as well, I assumed it meant new arrangements for these levels. But and so people are blaming him for these versions, but I reckon, and other people reckon, that the music in this is from perhaps another early build of Sonic 3 that the public haven't seen, because a couple of the tracks are identical to that other prototype that we have, and Ice Cap's music is pretty close to that prototype as well. Now, I do prefer the arrangements seen in that prototype from November 93, but I don't dislike these arrangements either. They're okay. When I first played it, because I listened to them before the game came out, because they circulated online, but when I was actually playing, I kind of just forgot I was even listening to different music. I was just kind of, I was bopping my head along anyway. So, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. And yeah, Carnival Night's sort of inclusion as a place on Angel Island is a bit weird. There are a few different sort of ways you can explain it being here. I think in LEGO Dimensions in the Sonic Pack, because Carnival Night is a level in there, I think Omochao says that I think Omochao his line implies that this is something that the ancient Echidna civilization made. Because when he references the barrels, he says in ancient times they were called barrels of doom. But another popular theory is that Eggman made this in the time between Sonic 2 and 3. At the end of the day, it's a video game. But I prefer going Super Sonic in this boss. It's so much easier than having to do it properly. My headcanons, all the casino levels are where Eggman funds his army. I think that is a genuine thing that some people do sort of a theory that people do like genuinely like subscribe to. um, and I know in Shadow the Hedgehog, the like carnival level there, like Eggman was doing something with rings. But yeah. But I will say in terms of the music, I think Carnival Night's probably the level that sort of got it worst with these different arrangements of the prototype tracks. Well, I think Act 2's arrangement is better than Act 1's, but like the November prototype, I think the arrangement, especially Act 2, because Carnival Night Act 2 in that prototype sounds really, really good. Like, that last sort of section there sounds really good on that prototype. Not quite as good here, but still pretty good. Like, you know, on one hand, obviously it's, you know, a shame that the music situation is the way it is, but like, I don't think these replacement tracks are all that bad, like some people are making it out to be. But also, what we should really be talking about with Carnival Night is that Sonic has looking up and down animations for the barrels. Now, like, you get visual feedback that pressing up and down does something. Like, that's amazing. Yeah, that was never a thing in the original. Yeah, the Sonic 3 port is full of, like, you know, it's just full of, like, nice little touches, you know. Oh. There's Knuckles again. It's kind of funny how, like, almost all of Sonic 3, like, the first, you know... I mean, with the Sonic 3, you know, this Sonic 3 remaster, you know, because Sonic 1, 2, and CD's remasters, they are just based on... You know, they are basically just the... Well, you know, the remasters from 2011 and 2013. You know, Sonic 3's remaster was made specifically for Sonic Origins. So obviously, you know, Stealth or Simon Tomley, like, you know, he, you know, obviously main person who's worked on Sonic 3's remaster, obviously, you know, he's had, obviously, you know, time to sort of think about stuff and, like, obviously experience from making Sonic Mania as well, for things to add into Sonic 3. Because yeah, like the original developers of like the Sonic 1, 2, and CD remasters, like, you know, essentially didn't touch those. Any of the additions that were made to them were done by Sonic Team. And like even with the Sonic 3's remake, you know, they basically developed it and then gave it to Sonic Team to sort of implement into Sonic Origins, like as a sort of pack, essentially. Here it is. The Barrel of Doom. Just press up and down. Which which is not intuitive in the original version at all. But again, I love the new crouching sprites for the barrels, like well, crouching and looking up. Sonic, this way please. Thank you. Outrunning the screen. Just like the original. Oh, I think the hitbox on this thing is larger. There we go. It's easier to hit that in the original with the insta shield, I think. Oop. One moment. Just gotta do something. No, I hit the console streams button to go back from AFK, not the AFK button. Anyways, off to Ice Cap Zone. Which, I know a lot of people are sad about the music changing in this, but out of the 3 zones where the music has changed, this is closest to the prototype. So, you know, it is what it is. And if you're really set on playing this version of Sonic 3, but with the music intact, you can get it on PC and there are mods. Or you can get Sonic 3 Air. But like, I think a lot of people, when they say like, oh, the music, you know, the prototype music doesn't fit the levels as well as the released music, I think it's just, you know, it doesn't fit as well to you because, you know, because we're used to the released music. We're not as used to the prototype music being played sort of in gameplay. Whoops. That's kind of my fault. I knew that was gonna come down. My favourite part of Ice Cap is actually the background in Act 2. I love the Act 2 background. Like the visuals for it. And like the speed you can get while going down slopes in Act 2. Although Ice Cap Zone is definitely like the most like easy to tell why, you know, sort of there's licensing issues with it, considering it's basically an adaptation of an unreleased song by a band that Brad Buxer, one of the composers of Sonic 3, was in, like one of Jackson's team. Like, it's it's based on an unreleased song by a band he's in. So it's like, I you know, understandable why there are licensing issues with Ice Cap's music in particular. I think Ice Cap is probably the one I'm like the most like, in general, like the one where I prefer the original over the prototype the most. But because for like, I think for let's go super. So I think for like Carnival Night and Launch Base, I quite like the prototype music. Especially for Launch Base. And Carnival Night too with the prototype. But yeah. Also for Supersonic, they re-implemented a frame of animation that he was meant to have, but he was missing in the original. So that's something. And they added new sprites as well for Supersonic, for like instances where he just reused regular Sonic sprite. I mean, other things like Sonic 3 Air and Sonic 3 Complete, I think also did that, but you know, it's nice to have it officially. But yeah, I love this background, the way the like sort of the bits of ice like float on the water. I think it's a really cool effect. I mean, it's a very simple effect for the Mega Drive to do, but I think it's good nonetheless. And I think Act 2 in particular, like, you can sort of see the music fitting better as well. And also I think with this, Tails doesn't interfere with the bouncy things. So it's like easier to bounce on them. I love rolling down these slopes. Just gaining all that speed, and then hitting a ramp. Oh. Ah! Very satisfying. And then getting hit by a penguin. I think those enemies are called Penguinators, I think. I'm pretty sure. You want to make sure you get flung up here. All these extra rings. And the giant ring as well. Yeah, I think they're called Penguinators anyway, I can't 100% remember. Yeah, this is definitely a boss where I prefer going super. Like, I can beat it normally, it's just a pain. Because of being frozen constantly. Hey, we're actually getting close to beating the Sonic 3 half of the game. Yeah, you only have one more level to go for the first half. That's the launch base. I actually quite like the prototype rendition of the song, and I quite like this one as well. Like it keeps like the bass from the prototype, or has the same sort of like the bass is like the same as in the prototype version, and I really like the bass. I love the Insta Shield. And yeah, Sonic looks up when he's going up in these things, which I really like as well. Also, 2020, like a certain game that became popular in 2020 has ruined those things for me. Because of what they look like. Oh. Although, speaking of those memes, like, you know, like the stop posting about Among Us memes, like, there's one where it's like stop posting about the Aegis, and they work in the Nia's one-eyed monster line in really well into the meme. Ow. I was making sure I didn't get hit by the, by the Crusher, and then I got hit by the other things. There's one thing that the community can do, it's meme. Yeah. There's less memes with, like, X, I feel. Which slightly saddens me. Like, especially, like, voice clip memes. I think 1 and 2, especially 1, have a lot more than, like, you know, the other games. Like, which granted, like, the voice clips in 1 are very good for doing it, but, like, you know. Be nice to see some from with X's voice clips. There's less X means as no one played it. That is the sad truth. Less people played X. Goodbye, building. Get the cheeky hit on Eggman. Trying to show off with the insta shield here and get my timing wrong. Also, in terms of the, we'll call a fake fan for liking X once. Oof. What, because he liked X more than 1? So in terms of the music, I know some people complain that like the prototype launch-based music, you know, therefore this version as well, like doesn't sound appropriate like for a final level. And it's like, well, when you put the games together, launch-based isn't a final level; it's only halfway through. You know. So it's like, does it really matter if it's not final, if it doesn't sound like a final level? Because it's not a final level. It's never meant to be a final level. Messed up my ability to get those. Apparently X was Nintendo interfering with Monolith's vision. It's disrespectful to like it. Because was it Nintendo that made them do like the online and like silent avatar stuff that like caused them to change story plans, or was that Monolith who decided to do that? You know. I mean, given how Nintendo is with online, I can't imagine Nintendo would be like, you must make your game online. Especially on the Wii U. And also I was like reading, like, you know, so when some, like on Reddit, when some people have asked like, why is X so different? And like some people just say that like, oh, what's his name? Like the guy who's like, you know, like the main guy with the Xeno series as a whole. Like, some of them sort of basically say that he gets, like, he said he gets bored easily, so he like changes up game design stuff with like different games. Just because he gets bored. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Constantly show different things. Speaking of doing different things, I really need a I really need to take a little break. Um, for a certain reason. So I'll be back in a few minutes. This is longer than a usual stream for me, so yeah, back in a few minutes. I think I'd rather take a break now rather than like after this level. So I think it'll work better with the pacing because we can go straight from the bosses to Mushroom Hill. So yeah, back in a few minutes. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. To address that question, I know Sonichu is a yellow OC, but I don't know if he goes blue when he goes super, and I'm not opening that can of worms anyway. Anyways, do I want to go this way? I can't remember. Yes, I do want to go this way. water briefly. Oh. Do not mention that name. That's why I know. I said I don't want to open that can of worms, so we'll leave it at that. Ow. Well, in terms of like Blue and Supersonic, when Sonic Mania first came out, there was a pretty easy to do glitch where Sonic would fail to turn super properly, which, you know, but he would like go into a super sprites but keep the blue palette. If that means anything. Anyways, it's boss time. Get rid of my shield. So I want the insta shield for the other bosses. So I like how the egg reveal flashes when Knuckles hits it. Yeah, the Death Egg is launching. Mortal Kombat made new characters out of palette glitches, maybe that's where Sonic fans get the idea. I feel like the palette glitch in Sonic 2 that got a name, that... does that... I don't know, when was the first Mortal Kombat? Was that 1992? I don't know whether Mortal Kombat made palette swap characters first. Like in its first game or not, I can't remember. Anyways, if you spin dash there, you get a lot of free hits in. Now, originally when you locked on Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, launch race ended here. But in this version, Big Arms gets added back in for Sonic and Tails, which is really cool. You know, no longer is this, you know, unique to Knuckles in the full locked-on game. Like, you don't have to play Sonic 3 by itself to play it as Sonic, or, you know, play a fan-modded version. Oh. I'm trying to be fancy here. Oh! He's on the wrong side when he came up. There we go. This is why I love the insta shield. You can hit him when you otherwise can't, and also the animation of Eggman like bouncing off the platform is new for this, and I kind of like how that like it then makes sense in a way that, you know, the platform starts falling. It's the evil mirror universe Sonics in the comics. I think there's like multiple different universe Sonics in the comics. Also, this animation of Eggman going zooming off into the background, that was unused in the original game, so then they redid it. They made it used for this, and even a little transition cutscene based on Sonic and Knuckles' title screen, which has been done in some fan things, but again, it's nice to see in an official thing. Yeah, the end of Launch Base, I really appreciate what they did. You know, adding Big Arms back and adding all those little details, new bits to the transition between levels. Anyways, time for more Blue Sphere. Yeah, they've added a lot to this. Like, I mean, Sonic 3 was already my favorite of these games anyway, but like, I think it's my favorite of these versions. Also, there's sprites of Sonic looking around. Those are new. Anyways. Yeah, like, you know, Sonic 3 was already my favorite out of the classic games, but yeah, like in terms of these versions, Sonic 3's remasters just had a lot added to it that I just really, really appreciate. Like, there are things added to this that, you know, the fan-made sort of stuff doesn't do, but there's stuff that the fan-made stuff does that this doesn't, so, you know, one doesn't sort of obsolete the other, in a sense. Of course, in terms of playing on PC, Sonic 3 Air will be how I play Sonic 3 for a long while, I think. But yeah, in terms of console, this is absolutely a really good version of Sonic 3. Yeah, there are some issues and bugs, but I kind of don't care. It doesn't really affect my enjoyment, personally. Okay, yeah, I will say, like, the music restarting when you get a 1-up in these, though, is a bit awkward. Combined with the no speed up. And that is, like, one nitpick. But again, it's mostly a nitpick, as opposed to, like, some huge problem I have. Right. I'm gonna find all these spheres. I actually had a bit of trouble doing this one when I first played through this version of the game. I'm running into the red spheres accidentally a lot. Ah, there we go. Luckily, did it first time there. So that is good. But that's our first Super Emerald gotten. I'm glad they didn't like retcon the Super Emeralds out of this as well, because I think they're like maybe not non-canon, but like they don't sort of, they basically won't show up again. I think is the official word. Yeah. As I did they give the Chaos Emeralds super shape in future games? I guess they kind of are a similar shape, although I don't know whether they're meant to be. I think the Chaos Emeralds are still like their modern shape in Sonic 3. It's just when you look at like the actual sprites in especially they're like seen from like the top, so you don't see the point on the bottom. Because I think when Knuckles like knocks them out of you in the start, I think they are the same shape as they are in the modern games, I think. Anyways, as I've said before, there are enough special rings in Mushroom Hill Zone, both acts, to get all the emeralds. I don't know where they all are though. But there are plenty of chances to get the emeralds in the back half of Sonic 3, so it's not a huge worry, to be honest. We'll see if there's like one pack this way or anything though. Ow. Okay, maybe there isn't. But yeah, so in terms of like the Chaos Emeralds like shape, I think Sonic 3 was like the first game to sort of have them that kind of shape. Because like Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 never really had them that shape. So I think Sonic 3 might have been the first to do that. I can't really remember how big they look in the flashback scenes. But I don't know whether it would be meant to be like a reference to the Super Emeralds or not. So if we consider how small the Master Emerald is in some cutscenes in Sonic Adventure 2, like in the back half of Sonic Adventure 2, like the Master Emerald's tiny in some of those scenes. I don't know why. Like why they made it look like that. Like they made it seem like Knuckles can kind of like change the shape of it at will or something. Speaking of Knuckles. Oh, stupid. It's quite small. Yeah, the film is its own like continuity though, so I don't mind it being small. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's small there. The movie is its own thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the thing that chucks mushrooms at you, I'm pretty sure it doesn't knock you off those pulley things in the original. I'm pretty sure. I mean, in the movie, the Chaos Emeralds themselves were like tiny. Tails just actually no, I probably got a bit of a bounce. Yeah. Getting up there doesn't. I forget that getting up there doesn't really achieve anything. Again, with the movies being their own thing in terms of like continuity, like the emeralds being much smaller than in the games, I think it kind of works. I mean, the way the Master and Chaos Emeralds worked in the movie in general, I thought was quite neat. Like the way they worked in general in the movie. Like it's an interesting way of doing it. Like compared to how the games handle it. Anyways. If you play Sonic and Knuckles by itself, this is the last special stage, so this is probably meant to be the hardest one. Oh. And like, I would say this is probably the hardest one. One of the hardest anyways. Because yeah, you gotta do this. You like, get bounced like that and turn. Which, especially once it starts speeding up, is not the easiest maneuver in the world. There we go. Regular Sonic and Knuckles, it's just the Chaos Emeralds. The Super Emeralds are literally just sort of like a... I think most people sort of like to sort of think that the Super Emeralds probably weren't originally intended. They were kind of just like a consequence of the game having to be split up and Sonic and Knuckles needing its own set of special stages. Those chicken enemies that, like, you know, blow air, they're in Sonic Lost World, and they're slightly annoying there as well. This is probably my least favourite stage to perfect. Because you have to like go inside those areas to get the rings and then come back out onto these tracks, which I don't like doing. Because I did do it in Sonic Mania, because I perfected all the stages, and all the Blue Sphere stages from Sonic 3 and Knuckles' Return for Sonic Mania's Blue Spheres. But that doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. I feel like this is always the one I dread the most. Just because, like, what if I miss one when I bounce over stuff? Or like when I jump or bounce over stuff? Like, I missed one there! Because of the way it bounced me. So I'm thankful for the retry feature. Yeah, because it bounced me over one, I think. Because if you miss one in this one, you can't go back. So when I'm playing the original game, this is probably the special stage that gives me the most anxiety. Though I remember reading, like, the other week or something, that with the way the Blue Spheres is, like, programmed, the collision with the blue spheres is, like, way bigger than the collision with the, like, red and yellow ones, and, like, well, all the other ones. Like, the red ones, the red ones, at least, you have to, like, you know, be right up and sort of touch them exactly for them to take effect, but like the blue and yellow ones, the collision is sort of further away, so it's like more lenient in that regard, which is neat, I think. Like it's a good that's like a good sort of invisible sort of help. I just gotta make sure, always gotta go onto the left pulley on this one. So if you got the left pulley, jump on the left one onto the spring. Secret area. I don't know how they thought people would find that, but you know, it's a neat secret and gives you a useful shield for the boss. Oh, which I promptly lost straight away. Oh well. Those spike balls are not meant to be white. That's a fairly common bug in this version. But normally I beat that boss quickly like that, so it doesn't really affect me too much. And another neat little thing, they added them jumping up onto the flying battery at the start of the level instead of just standing there. I think that's cool. And monkey barring between these things is a lot smoother than in the original. In the original, it makes the camera go really like jerky, which is a bit visually unpleasing. Unpleasing? That's not really a word, but I'm gonna go with it anyway. Oh, I thought I was gonna reach that. Oh well. It's not like I'm gonna run out of lives, is it? I still want that fire shield. Because it wasn't the fire shield that killed me, it was just me thinking that I was going to reach the monkey bars. Those things returned from Metropolis Zone. Also, when it comes to Flying Battery's music, it appears to have been recorded from, like Sonic Origins, they appear to have recorded the music from like an actual Mega Drive, potentially. But with Flying Battery, it looks like they recorded the music from the Sonic 3 ROM as opposed to the Sonic and Knuckles ROM. But in Sonic 3, because most if not all the Sonic and Knuckles music is also in Sonic 3's ROM. But in Sonic 3, the Flying Battery Act 1 music has a bug where it causes like the sound channel that's playing the echo to get delayed, which affects this version. There's an ice cream truck nearby. Has heard it and I was like, what is that noise? So yeah, I don't know. Well, I can probably guess why they recorded it from Sonic 3, probably just to save time. Because the Sonic and Knuckles music is also in Sonic 3's ROM, but Flying Battery's music is wrong technically because of that. I want to go too fast here and overshoot this area. Because, you know, you're totally going to stop and go up here. You're totally going to know to do that. And then you're totally going to know to push these spikes to come down here. Very well hidden secret. It's a bit of an obscure secret. Like, again, how they thought people would find it, I don't know. I mean, people did find it, obviously, because, you know, I wouldn't be showing it off myself. Well, I certainly didn't find it on my own. You know, I knew about it because of people on YouTube. Not too difficult a special stage if you're not looking to perfect it. And even if you are looking to perfect it, it's not too bad, really. Just do what I did, but get the rings instead of ignoring them. It's another Super Emerald gotten. I think only 3 more to go. Yeah, that's the thing I love about these levels, like, just classic Sonic in general, they do have some sort of secrets and stuff, just really cool things. But yeah, that's like a really obscure secret, there's no way that they would, you know, have another secret like that, is there? You know, because, you know, again, why would you think to do that? You know, you wouldn't think to do it once, you wouldn't think to do it twice. I don't know why there's like two of those like right near each other. Like it's just kind of funny in a way. This one's very easy if you're not going for the perfect bonus. Yeah, very short and easy if you're not trying to perfect it. If you are trying to perfect it though, I'm not 100% sure. I think there might be some rings somewhere else a lot other than just that main path, but I've never been able to do it, I don't think. I must have done it on Sonic Mania though. Well, I have done it on Sonic Mania because of all the gold medals, but... And this is just as a case of making some of those jumps correctly to turn groups into rings. Oh. 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 You know what's easier? Just do this. I think that's easier. And another excuse to show off with the Insta-Shield. Go right through his arms. Or his spike ball hands, I suppose. I was very happy to find out I could still do this. Doesn't make the boss go any faster, but... you know... It's fun styling on it. Yeah, when otherwise it is just kind of a wait for it to hit itself 6 times boss. But yeah, I do enjoy styling on that one. So what's with the not like this? What do they do? I want that lightning shield. One problem with Flying Battery in the original game. Several sections of waiting on these things. When I fell and had to Tails? Oh. I mean, I could just have done it properly, but I was feeling lazy. Also, the electric shield does not do the same thing as it does in Mania. Would have been funny if they made it do the same thing, but obviously it would have been inaccurate to the original game, so I understand why they didn't add it. Oh. I ain't waiting for that. Hey, Robert Yellow Hat. Welcome to stream. Hope you're having a good day. We're just playing some Sonic because I like Sonic a lot. Yeah, thanks for dropping on by. Good thing I have that electric shield. We're not going to be able, don't think we're going to be able to get hypersonic by the time we get to the boss, so I have to fight that properly. Oh well. I'll be able to get should be able to get hypersonic in Sandopolis though. Again, not too difficult to perfect this one, although there are some rings off to the side at the start that you have to remember to go and get, otherwise you can't perfect it, but it's not too difficult to perfect. Again, I'm just being lazy. You know, I don't need the extra points. Because the amount of points a perfect bonus gives you, it's like enough for like a 1-up, I think. I think it's a 1-up rather than a continue. But you know, lazy. I don't need continues because Sonic Origins. Careful, don't want to get crushed. Ooh. I think my parents are home from work. Yeah, I get 3 coins, but yeah, I got max coins. Like, plus the mission mode, like, you know. I've actually tried hitting it on this version. I wonder if do they make it you can speed it up by hitting it? No, of course not. Still gotta sit here. I should really, like, spend the coins. Oh wait, no, I think I did. Yeah, I did beat it. Oh, that's good. You can speed that up if you hit it. I like that. Not had an electric shield before, like not managed to keep one before here. Oh, so close to another one. Well, what would be a 1-up? Or a coin, but again, I got max. Yeah, I should really just unlock all the museum stuff. That boss seemed familiar. Yeah, funny that. Yeah, in the original you just had to sit there and wait. Ah, I can't quite get the thing for spin dash jumping out of there. I don't quite have the reflexes. There we go. Oh. Of course she's on Pokemon. Right, on to Sandopolis. I'll be able to get my last emerald here, which is good. Oh. Right. Over here. I remember this special ring is always what I used to grind for the super emeralds back when I back when I couldn't get them along the way. Oh yeah, yeah, it's one of the things I noticed like kind of straight away as I played Origins. Yeah, like all the additions that Stealth and the team put into this version of the game. Yeah, they're really, really nice touches. It's a slight shame that Slight shame that they weren't able to go in and do those to Sonic 1, 2, and CD, but whatever. Nope. Yep. Yep. Should have unmuted the camera first. But yeah, it's a shame Stealth and Team couldn't work on Sonic 1, 2, and CD on this collection. The drop dash would probably have been programmed better into them. But you know, I mean, you know, despite some of the issues, I still really enjoy my time with Sonic Origins overall. Like I'm still like overall really happy with it, and it's just really nice to finally have these versions on console. You know. Right, that's all the groups gotten. Just need to get those little clusters of 4. There's one here. And one here. Nice. Ah! Pressed right too early there. But that's what the retry function's for. Stumbled at the last second, eh? It's fine. It's what the retry function's for. Yeah, it's not for those who struggle, it's just for those who like are really good and then like make a mistake right at the end because they pressed right too early, or left, whichever direction I pressed. Adding Knuckles to CD, like again, it's because, you know, like I reckon perhaps if Taxman and or Stealth were able to work on the other games in the collection, they may well have added Knuckles to CD. That said, I don't think I've ever tried out any of the mods that add Knuckles into CD, so I've never actually played CD with Knuckles. I should really do that at some point, because he would probably complement the CD levels quite well. What's that last group of 9? Not there. We're around in circles here. Come on. This always happens to me in this one. Ah, there we go. I like miss one group and then spend ages trying to find it. I mean, this is what usually happens. I spend ages trying to find these groups. Right, let's actually concentrate instead of like talking over. This time I might not accidentally press left too early. There we go.
Oh yeah! This is happening!
I can get back that coin I spent. Well, like I said, I don't know if like in the main menu of the collection whether it caps out at 999 or whether it goes above that and it just can only show 999 in game. I don't know. Always makes me jump. Now the question is, will I get enough rings to be able to even use Hypersonic? Well, no, if I do that. Oh, you can only have 999. Fair enough. No, can't go back up the slope if I'm just normal Sonic. Actually, wait, is it down here where there's an emerald? No, I'm thinking of a different area. Now we'll go the lower route because I thought there might have been a ring here. No, I didn't use debug mode. I just played a lot. I mean, I pre-ordered the digital deluxe version, so that gave me 100 coins off the bat. And then, like, a single run of story mode meant I doubled that. And then, like, I've gone through all the missions for Sonic 1, CD, and 2, which have given me a bunch of rings. Not rings, a bunch of coins for that. Can't use the coins, I only have 999. I see that ProZD reference. Alright. Alright, game. I see what you're playing at. That's that retro engine collision detection for you. I should have jumped. Oh well. Whoa, how did I not get crushed there though? Again, with this being the retro engine version, I would have thought I got crushed there. How many zones left? After this, it's just... After Sandopolis, it's just Lava Reef, Hidden Palace, Sky Sanctuary, which are both one act each, and Death Egg, so... You know, only 2 full zones, and then, you know, a couple of short ones. So I may well... my plan was, if I started early enough, was to finish today. That was my plan originally. Because I realised that with this, if I do all my usual streams, I'd then be streaming 4 days in a row, because we got the Minecraft on Monday. So if I finish Sonic 3 today, I might skip either tomorrow or Tuesday. Just so I'm not streaming 4 days in a row. Plus, you know, I just enjoy playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles, like, all the way through all at once. Like, yeah, there's a reason they included a save feature in the original, because it is longer, but also, I just enjoy playing through it all at once. I just think it's fun. A water shield in the desert. Because I'm totally gonna drown in the desert. Hey, Hypersonic. With the Sonic 4-esque music. And the screen flash that feels like it's more eye-searing than before. I don't know. I mean, it's still fun to use, so, you know. Oh, didn't mean to grab that. Up next in Sonic and Knuckles bosses that you just have to wait for them to defeat themselves. Hypersonic shouldn't be let near epileptic people. I mean, those sorts of jokes have been made since, like, probably since the 90s, I assume. Oh, Tails! Right. Oh, I didn't do that quick enough. Well, I didn't do it in the right place, I should say. If you stay all the way to the left, it will just jump into the sand by itself. I think it's technically quicker to hit him on the last bit, but I misjudged when the last bit was. because evidently I don't play this game enough. Yeah, although I think the music stuff in Origins is probably mostly to blame, like mostly Sonic Team to blame for that, because instead of just using the Retro Engine's native music handling sort of stuff, they like, I think it's either Hedgehog Engine on top of it does the music, or like some of the middleware on top of the Retro Engine does the music in these versions, which is weird. But yeah, collision it's so much stricter than in the Mega Drive games. Like crushing, you just get crushed so much more often, which is in case of Mania as well. That's not the way to go. I'll just go this way, not bother with the giant ring. Yeah, this is Sonic Team you're talking about, so... You know. Whoa, what happened there? Yeah, like say the chemical plant stairs, like that's... Like, it's easier to get crushed in Mania and in this and the Retro Engine version of Sonic 2 than in the original. And that's been the thing since 2013. Well, I suppose since 2011, if we count CD's remaster, but I've not really played the original Mega CD version of CD much, so, you know. I'm more familiar with the Retro Engine version of the CD. Whoa, nearly got crushed there. I never noticed the crouching thing. I actually have to check that. But that wouldn't surprise me. Because Mania does, like obviously, I love Mania, but it does have a couple of quirks about it. I could go Hypersonic here, but I think I'd waste it if I did it here. Because most of the hazard here is being crushed. It's a bit odd that they'd forget to change this hitbox when crouched in Mania, considering that I'm pretty sure it changes in the other Retro Engine games. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because in Metropolis earlier, I was like crouched down to like get through a bit, but Tails wasn't crouched and got through because of Tails' shorter hitbox, which doesn't change when he crouches, which is true in the originals, I believe. I don't think that really saved me any time at all, did it? Okay. Yeah, that didn't really help me. If anything, it made things worse. Because then it made me late because I fell down. Usually what causes me to die in classic Sonic. I try to be fancy and then it gets the better of me. Oh. Nearly looked like I was going to clip through the floor there. I would hope that glitch from the original isn't replicated here. Probably should have got the light switch, but oh well. least if you jump at them, it does like damage them, so to speak. There we go. Oh, thank you, Tails. Insta shield getting usage. Such a useful skill. I don't often go this way. I get some rings. Nice. Like this one because you can't lose rings unlike in the slot machine bonus. Oh, Tails hitbox, yeah. Yeah, because of the because of the weird hitboxes on Chemical Plant's boss. I mean, the hitboxes on the, like the thing on like the droplet, so weird. It's like not centered at all on the actual object. It's like is if the hitbox was actually like where the actual sprite is, then you know Sonic crouching there would get hit by it, obviously. So weird. Anyways, let's hope I don't accidentally rush into something that crushes me, because that does happen with Hypersonic. And that happened to me in the original a lot as well. Like, I would just get a bit too speed happy with Hypersonic and get crushed by something. In the original as well. So it's not just a Retro Engine thing. Thanks, Tails. Also, this boss, I feel like it's if you like clip yourself into it, you get crushed by the bosses, like by the stone thing. So you have to be a bit more careful here. Which I find a little odd. There we go. I remember when I first played Mania and, like, you know, fell into Lava Reef Zone like that, like, I think I like shouted yes at my TV. So I was like really happy to see Lava Reef back. I really like Lava Reef. I love the music, the aesthetic, you know, the points in the story that it represents as well. There's so much about this level I like. I love seeing the Death Egg in the background. Like, it's a bit hard to see there. You know, I love seeing that in the background, you know. And that extra bit of, you know, background storytelling. You know, just a really neat background detail. Because, yeah, this is where the egg, you know, the Death Egg crash lands after launch base. Oh. Lava Reef. Yeah, I love the remixes in Mania, especially Act 2's remix in Mania. That guitar is so good. I can't be bothered with this one. I don't really need the extra rings. One of the things I love about using a Sega controller with these games is just like spamming the like buttons for spin dashing. I love doing that. isn't it? Ah! I think it's the invincibility there in Mania. There you go. Desperate for rings. You know, that is there. Crushing hazards. Yeah. They're probably a bit more mean with the placements of those than they are in Mania. But, you know, it's an older game, you know, so it kind of makes sense. As you know, Lava Reef is fairly far into Sonic 3. I mean, it's relatively far into Mania as well, I suppose, but... You know, in Mania... Not in Mania, in Sonic 3, obviously, it's Knuckles' final proper level. Yeah, as good as the Electric Shield is, the Fire Shield is just plain more useful here. I totally need... Ah! Okay, that's my fault. Shouldn't have gone in there. I totally needed that extra coin, right? Also, those things that explode, that pop like that, in the originals. Right. You still get crushed even if the thing that crushed you is moving away. Yes, that happened to me earlier in Sonic 2, because I'm doing story mode. You know, the crushers in Metropolis zone, like, pushed me into the ceiling. I didn't die, and then, as it came down, then I died. But, like, I found it more funny than anything, so, you know. Other thing is with, like, Sonic games, like, you know, especially like classic Sonic games. Obviously in this, you know, have infinite lives, and like, if I'm playing the originals, I'm gonna have like way more lives than I need. So dying doesn't really bother me too much. I mean, it's a bit annoying, but like, for me at least, it's just like, oh, I just had to play a bit more of the game that I like playing. But yeah, crushing is wonky in Retro Engine. It's slightly weird that they never fixed it. I don't fear death. Not in classic Sonic games. Especially if I'm like playing, you know, playing Sonic 3, like, you know, on the original, you know, the original version. Like, I'm gonna be getting those perfects and stuff to build up my lives and continues through the special stages. Right. No! There we go. Oh, should have waited till Act 2. Oh well. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. There's plenty of rings in Act 2. And the very useful shield. Yeah, like, that's why I'm not bothered about, like, the whole coins, like, thing in Anniversary mode. Because, yeah, lives... The last time I got a game over in a classic Sonic game was, if we count Mania, was when I did it in Mania on purpose on a no-save game to see what the, to see what the continue screen looked like. think that was the last time I got a game over in a classic Sonic game, and obviously that's not even an old classic Sonic game. That's Mania. So I'm pretty sure I just went through that spike ball with the Insta Shield. And I love the Insta Shield so much. Like, I'm so glad the Insta Shield is just as good as it always as in the original game here. You know what? I have tails. Oh! Ah! Okay, went through one flamethrower with the Insta Shield. Apparently two is going through two is asking too much. Ow. Why are they jump into the spikes? I do really like that they disabled the whole controls getting locked up when you're doing a rolling jump in this version. Not only is it just better for control, but also means the drop dash is actually useful. Ooh. Somehow managed to keep the fire shield through that. Okay, not through that. Yeah, I'm not fussy about like in one way it's like could have been more configurable on one hand, but also like, you know, yeah, like, you know, like on one hand it could, you know, be nice to configure it, but also like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Because I feel like a lot of the people, like some of the people complaining that like, oh, it ruins the challenge, are probably the kind of people who, like us, don't don't matter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're not going to get a game over in the first place. Can I keep all these rings till I get to the boss? Yeah. Like, I think not having lives and being able to retry special stages is a really good feature, personally. Because it's good for people who are less familiar with the games, and for people who are really familiar, lives aren't going to matter, and retrying special stages is just nice. It's just a nice feature, and it's totally optional. Oh, love that visual, the death egg up there. Hello, Knuckles. Goodbye, Knuckles. So, one moment, I just gotta reply to a message. Just gotta reply to a work message. You'll see the boulder coming down is a nice touch. Yeah, I mean, lives as a concept, I'm down with in certain types of games like 2D platforms and stuff. But I do understand why most people don't like lives as a sort of gameplay system. But for classic Sonic, they don't mean anything to me just because I always get so many anyway. But yeah, but I know I'm like the odd one out, like not minding lives. So I wish I wish you could make this faster. You still wait for all 14 spike balls to hit Eggman. So I have zero shame in doing this. Sonic 3 Air lets you reduce the amount of hits. I wish they did that for this. At least this goes quicker than if I play on original. If I play on hardware, because PAL 50Hz console. I should start playing properly just in case it makes me lose my fire shield when he takes his final hit. Those Sonic 4 instruments. Okay, I actually kept the fire shield this time. My least favorite Sonic boss. There are some bosses I like less than that, but like, cause that's just boring. Because you're either just jumping fairly mindlessly, or just waiting like I was. But like, there are Sonic bosses I find more annoying. See, like, half of the bosses in Sonic Advance, well, not half, but some of the bosses in Sonic Advance 2 are pretty annoying. Mainly Sky Canyon with its instant kill attack. Anyway, time to take on Knuckles. Who is still just as much of a pushover as ever. Although that said, that is thanks to the Insta-Shield. Also a nice mural. Wouldn't it be neat if that foreshadows something later on in the game? Yeah, Hidden Palace isn't much of an actual level, but yeah, I mean, yeah, Sonic. Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of use Sonic through like that lens that I viewed the console games as a child, of like a challenge to get through the whole thing. But that's like that's just my view. Like, again, I totally understand the arguments against lives. It's totally a me thing, liking lives. But here we go, Sky Sanctuary. Also, when I first played this, I tried to do the Easter egg by like ducking here, because that's why you had to duck in the original for the Easter egg, but you have to duck here for it now. So at first I thought they forgot about it. And then I saw someone do it on Twitter, and I was like, oh, that's where you do it. Yeah, I believe these clouds are actually properly transparent instead of, like, flickering or using dithering patterns. So that's cool. And I'm gonna guess they're actually transparent. I kind of moved too quickly to get a good look at them. Don't pester poor Knuckles. Well, no, it's like a cool. It's like he's saying, like, it's like a cool Easter egg. It's not pestering him. Can I reach? Yes, I can. I can reach him with the insta-shield, sort of. There we go. Oh, gotta take the upper route, as always. Yeah, I gotta get my Sky Sanctuary practice in now, because, you know, possible Sky Sanctuary stage in Frontier, well, stages in Frontiers. Frontiers. Get the words out. Considering we've already seen confirmation of the Green Hill one. Ah. Time for boss rematch number 2. But this is much easier than in Sonic 2, because you have the insta-shield. Oh! Can't wait for doing some with some max controls mod. Also, hey, Grimmy Hunter, thanks for the raid! Ah, yeah, we're just playing Sonic as well. Welcome. We're just near the end of story mode run of Sonic 3. Hope everyone that's coming in is having a good day. And yeah, Ben's already done the shout out, so yeah. Yeah, thanks for dropping on by and bringing people. Yeah, hope your stream went well. Don't fall off the edge there. That's not good. Oop. I feel like trying to play off the OBS window is not the best idea in the world. Oh, Tails. Alright, I'll go the proper way. I'll fight him normally. I could go hypersonic on him, but I'll fight normally. I'll use that insta-shield. Oh. This film we did a new fan game called Sonic and the Fallen Star. Ooh, a new fan game. Are those egg robots related to hard-boiled heavies? Yes, the hard-boiled heavies are like basically a bunch of egg robos that were exposed to the Phantom Ruby. But yeah, how was the fan game? I don't know if I've heard of that one yet. Is it 2D or 3D? May have to go have a look. And it just came out. Nice. Yeah, I'll have to go look up that. Anyways, up to the Death Egg. And straight away hit by an enemy, of course. Alright, let's go on the upper route. There we go. Oh. No. Oh. Okay. Let's try that again, huh? Right. Ah, yes. I'm going to. People give this compilation a lot of flack because of the bugs, but the positives should not be overlooked. Yes! Yes, more positivity for Origins. Yes, there are bugs. I have nitpicks, I have criticisms, but I've had a great time with Origins overall so far. You can see the Star Wars inspiration. I mean, the Death Egg is basically, can we have the Death Egg? We have the Death Egg at home. And yes, Tails having a standard super form is great, although he did have that in Mania, I'm pretty sure. But it's great to see in Sonic 3. I haven't done the Tails playthrough yet of Sonic 3, Although I have left a spot in the save, in like the save select screen for one, but I wanted to do a Knuckles one. Eggman's a Star Wars fan, confirmed. Yeah, I mean, the Death Egg's always been like, you know, we have Death Star at home. Death Star at home. Yeah. Like, I mean, I will say some of the things wrong with Origins, you know, does deserve being called out, but like, you know, I mean, a lot of it doesn't affect my personal enjoyment of it. You know, because as well, it's just great having these versions of these games on console. Ah. Yeah, I need to do a Tales run at some point. I want to fill out all my save files. Ah. Oh. Whoops. Alright. Guess we're going this way. Oh, no, nope, we're not going this way. Ah. I wanted to shield. Don't fail me now. Oh, okay. Gotta go flat. I mean, it is a 2D game. I guess, speaking of flat, although not really flat, but like, I love how they give the impression of the Death Egg being huge by just having the background be like non-scrolling. Why there's so many save slots where I had to pick between Tails and Knuckles the last one. Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I left a... Like, I did Sonic in like the first slot and I did Knuckles in the third slot, so I could have Tails in the second slot. That's more what I'm saying. I mean, once I've used them all up, I will probably have to delete them to do stuff. Alright, Retro Engine, I know you crush more often than the original games, but still. That wasn't fair, Retro Engine. Well, I'm trying to think, like, whether, like, in terms of amount of save slots, whether I've got, like... Oh... I know Sonic Classic Collection on the DS is, like, one of the times where I really, like, played a lot of Sonic 3. Like... I know I filled out a lot of the save files on that copy, but I can't remember if I filled them all out or whether it was just most of them. I know at one point I started filling out the saves on my cartridge, but then like something went weird and the like I erased my saves accidentally. Right, just stay on the platform. Definitely detachers, you see in the background. As both before. Although what I find a bit funnier in that is the cutscene, like where Eggman like flies into the sort of background. He's layered a bit incorrectly, so he looks like tiny. But yeah, I always thought because of the way like the platform you're on and then like the Death Egg in the background, like I always felt like they were somehow two separate things. But it's weird, just to make the connection. It's weird. But yeah, I'll try and get enough rings to be hypersonic for the mini boss, because I'm not very good at doing the mini boss without getting hit. Yeah, I mean, I intend to at least have like a Sonic and Tails, Sonic alone, Knuckles, Tails save. And sometimes I do enjoy just going after the emeralds though, so sometimes I will. Although I think if I feel like doing that, I'll often just do a no save thing and just do it all in one go. this section. When I first got here, like, I would say as a kid, but no, I never got this far as a kid. As like a young teenager, when I first got here, I think I was like, what do I do here? Oh, thanks for the follow, Searing Lizard. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. Don't Sonic. I should really approach from the bottom, shouldn't I? That would be easier. Yeah. Oh! Hey Tails, how do you feel about hitting that yellow one for me? Come on. No. So we get started on Death Egg 2 from Sonic the Fighters. What if the Death Egg 2 from Sonic the Fighters is the same as the Death Egg Mark 2 from Sonic 4 Episode 2, and then, you know, it explodes at the end of Fighters, which means it's a pretty dire end for Little Planet. Sonic the Fighters is the true Sonic 4 Episode 3. Hey. Oh, perhaps I should have taken that. There we go. I'm too lazy to fight this boss properly. Especially the second phase. I find the Mania version easier to do without getting hit than this version. Good old Red Eye. And up we go. That was nearly a very bad start. Anti-grav time. I do find it a bit odd though that there's like a lightning shield there and then there's a lightning shield down there as well. Oh. Also, I like the rotation thing here. Oh, is it called Crimson Iron Mania? I just gotta call it Red Eye again. I don't know, I don't always pay attention to boss names in Sonic games. I just tend to call them whatever level it is, boss, for the most part. I'm lazy when it comes to boss names. Yeah, the second half. I find the second half of that one easier than the second half of the one in this game. Oh, in trying to get the shield, I lost my rings anyway. Oh well. Also, how are you meant to get those rings? I've never quite gotten how you're meant to get those rings. It's a good thing these aren't onion rings. Sonic 2 XL, this ain't. I've never managed to beat Sonic 2 XL, I always manage to die really, easily. But in terms of, like, it's a good thing these aren't onion rings. It's a good thing the rings in Sonic Forces aren't onion rings, because they give you so many rings in those levels. And some of the Unleashed levels, actually, for that matter. Like Rooftop Run, if you're good, you can rack up, like, 999. hate the one of those where it's like upside down. Because it's so hard to get your rings back if you get hit. So in that one avatar stage, it's easy to pick up 999 rings. Which avatar stage? In terms of picking up loads of rings, there's like the very last avatar stage. You can get a lot there, depending on which Wispon you use. And Arsenal Pyramid as well, the tag team one. If you go with the cube one, it's pretty possible to rack up 999 there as well. See, the achievement for getting like 1,000,000 or however many rings in Forces, like, you know, sort of total, that's the only achievement I don't have in Forces. Because, like, for some reason I went after all the achievements. it extended my game time. I do Mania, I also only have one more achievement to get on the Steam version. Although, of course, I cannot get achievements on this, because I'm playing on Switch. So, no achievements for me. It'd have been cool if they, like, sort of implemented them in the game itself, but not many Switch games do that. The Portal games on Switch, though, they have achievements. Yeah, picked up the Portal ports on Switch the other day. Very good ports, if you ask me. I could just walk on this. Yeah. And it's boss time. It's the stage that introduces Void. I can't remember which stage introduces which Wispon, to be honest, in Forces. When I went through the story for the first time, I kind of just stuck with the burst one. The real achievement is the satisfaction of beating the game. I mean, for me, that is how that is kind of how I play Classic Sonic. Or was it that thing that EA said, like something sense of achievement with like their microtransactions or whatever in Star Wars Battlefront or something. I probably could do this quicker. I very rarely care for achievements. I mean, most of the time I don't really go for achievements. It's only if I think they're going to be easy to do, or I really, really like the game. Final boss time. Well, a sense of pride and accomplishment. That's it. That's what they said. It was EA, right? I'm not getting my wires crossed. Right, that's the fingers down. I feel like this is easier than in the original, at least in terms of Tails not messing you up. I go for the London Horror Nights, you only have 2 left. Nice. Although I know you probably played on Switch more than on PC, so... Also, I swear this part, is harder than in the original. Like, when I first got here, I died a couple times to this section alone. Like, I swear they made it harder here. Like... There we go. The achievements are better when they're in the games themselves. Yeah, like, I do like, sort of, in-game achievements, because what they can, I mean, notifications and all that can also be like themed to the game and stuff. I mean, that's it. I do think achievements themselves, like, they can add something like Portal 2, like you know, Portal 2 makes like a really good, it's like joke with an achievement. Though if you don't know what it is, I won't spoil it because I think it's funny. Because I think, is it Portal 2? I think Ben said that he hasn't played. I know it's one of them he hasn't played. Oh yeah, because you have it twice on Switch, don't you? Because you have like the physical version. Yeah, achievements for doing certain challenges are good. It's why I did most of like Sonic Mania's achievements. Oh, and also just because, you know, I really like that game. Time to make Eggman hit himself with his own missiles. I do like that the missiles smoothly rotate in this version. Looks good. I mean, Sonic in the Air did that as well, but still looks good here. There we go. But of course, it's not over yet. Eggman is very stubborn in holding on to the Master Emerald here. I still love Doomsday Zone. Like, it's still probably my favourite Supersonic boss. It's pretty simple for the most part, but I don't know, I just think in terms of like atmosphere and everything, like it's just presented so well. Yeah, and in terms of the achievements I don't have in Sonic Mania and Sonic Forces, like Sonic Forces 1, yeah, it's just like getting like 1,000,000 rings or whatever. So that's just like, I want to play the game more, and I have no desire to play the game more at the moment. And Sonic Mania's is like a slightly obscure like thing you gotta do. Also, they use the credits theme from the Sonic 3 prototype here, which I think is a nice touch, because I really like the credits theme from the Sonic 3 prototype. I really like that music. Hey, Tomonto, 85, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Welcome to the stream. We're actually nearish the end, since I've got to the end of Sonic 3. There's a beach level where stepping on the sand causes giant bugs to come out and attack you. There's you from not touching the stand at all. Alright, that sounds pretty fun. I think I like Sonic 2's ending a little more, but this is still a really nice ending. Like, getting Angel Island to rise up again. You know. Yeah. I also like I said, I like the kind of achievements that do like jokes and stuff, like the Portal 2 one, or like ones where they're like self-aware about like being one, like when you like start up the game. Or like the one in A Hat in Time. Hashtag and Knuckles. Yep. Yeah, like the one in A Hat in Time has like the achievement called Y, where you like if you just search up like something rude on the computer in the game. You know, it doesn't feel like I've been streaming almost 4 hours. It's usually longer than my usual. Yeah. Yeah, that's just how much I like Sonic 3 and Knuckles. You know, to this day, still my favorite in the series and just favorite game in general. I love this game. Charming. Conker's Bear Fur I think I know what bit that is. I can't remember. It's been a long while since I played any of Conker, and even then I never got very far because I was just playing on emulator. Back in the days where like Project 64 1.6 was like the top end of N64 emulation. Sega sound team. A lot of musicians in this soundtrack. And yeah. Still not 100% known who did which track exactly. I don't know if we'll ever find out, to be honest. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember putting, certain words in the cheat screen. Yes, I did mess around with that. I think either because I knew it did something, or just because like I thought, oh, this is the kind of game where they would do something. I think when I played it on the emulator, I think I just played up far enough to get to the Great Mighty Poo, because of course, like a teenager would do that. When like seeing it online. It still feels almost surreal playing this on the Switch, you know, like having this game finally on a modern console, you know, after like a decade of no re-releases. It still feels slightly surreal, but I'm so happy it's here. So happy I can play it on the Switch. And you get to see our ending cutscenes as well. I love the cutscenes. I laughed quite a lot when I first got to this. This is the way the Flicky like nods after Eggman's like trying to like no. I laughed quite a lot when I first got there. And I love this cutscene. I mean, it's just like the Sonic characters being cool, but I love it so much. You know, like they're animated so well, and like give this team the budget. Give this team the budget for like a full-on animated series, please, Sega. It would be amazing. Like, I love how all the characters look here. You know, Tyson Hess never misses. And then when the Mania theme kicked in, oh. And this image is my lock screen picture on my laptop now. But yeah, most of the achievements is things like starting up the games, beating the games, unlocking things. Right. So I guess I'm not missing too much by playing on Switch. What did I unlock in the gallery? Oh, probably the thing from the getting the jackpot. Have I unlocked all of the normal unlockables? No, I haven't. Because apparently I haven't beaten enough Motobugs and Rhinobots, and I haven't. Okay, I haven't done the Sonic 3 missions yet. Yeah, Tyson Hess is amazing. Yeah, I should probably unlock all these. I have enough coins. But I kind of I like spending my time let's just rewatch these a lot. And I love that Mania Adventures is included in here as well. And a few of the 30th anniversary symphonies. Shame there isn't more, but I understand that they only wanted the classic Sonic ones in here. My data and ranking. I wonder, am I still like really high up on Metallic Madness 2? Probably no. When the game first launched, when the game first launched, I managed to get quite high up in the leaderboards for Sonic in Sonic CD. In Metallic Madness Zone 2. Yeah, this is like a few out, like the same day it came out. I got top 5. I'm no longer top 5. But yeah, that's story mode I've gone through twice. I suppose before I go, yeah, there's like another new bit of content, new Blue Spheres mode with some new pixel art. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at the Blue Sphere stages that aren't the ones from Sonic 3. Whoops. Perhaps if I go here, that'll help. Got first place in Knuckles Angel Island at some point. Probably not number one anymore, probably couldn't even see because I don't know if they're platform specific. No, the new Blue Spheres is not the randomly generated ones, but you can play normal Blue Spheres, which I believe are the same originally randomly generated ones when you lock on Sonic 1 and Sonic and Knuckles. Although I'm not ultra familiar with all those layouts, so like I wouldn't 100% quote me on that. But yeah, these ones are like new, like the new Blue Spheres mode is all new stuff, including the new like green and purple spheres. I think the purple spheres, yeah, they just warp you randomly. Which is slightly awkward. Wait, oh no, I messed up. Okay. I forgot they were green ones. Yeah, you can play original Blue Spheres as well. Yeah, it's like locked to 4x3. Yeah, I think this is... Yeah, I think this is the same as the original. And they have like the screen to put in like the codes, so I'm gonna guess it's the generated in the same way. But I don't know any codes. Yeah. No way, no way, no way. Also, I just want to say, this mission wasn't fun. I didn't enjoy this mission. I'm not going to demonstrate why, because I think I'll lose sanity points if I go there again. Anyways, I think that we'll have to do for now. It's been like 4 hours, I've done basically what I intended to do. So originally this was going to be like a very short stream where I just finish Sonic 2 and then leave Sonic 3 for another time, but I thought I probably got time to do Sonic 3, and I did. Yeah. Yes, it's time to go over here to the thanks for watching screen, because that's what I do. Anyways, yes, thanks for watching. Thanks to all the new viewers coming in. It's great, great seeing you guys here. And thanks for the new follows as well. Again, it's always really appreciated. Really, really appreciated. And yeah, that was Sonic Origins Story Mode run. Obviously, this won't be the last time I stream from this on the channel. Not straight away, but yeah, because next stream it'll be back to what I've been mainly doing, which is the Breath of the Wild run. That'll either be tomorrow or Tuesday. I won't, like I said, I probably won't stream both because I don't think I have the energy to stream 4 days in a row. I'm out tomorrow afternoon, so I might be like, I might. It depends how late I'm back home, whether I stream tomorrow or Tuesday. But yeah, be back with Breath of the Wild. Obviously, Sonic content will, I'm sure, come up at some point because I like Sonic, so I stream it a lot. But yeah, although if I don't stream tomorrow, obviously next time see from me will be over on Ben98's channel for monthly Minecraft stuff that we do together because we like playing it. I'll just drop a link down here. He's been playing Xenoblade X, which he's playing more of that later tonight. I don't know when, what time. Actually, I can't imagine it's. I imagine it's going to be relatively soon, because your normal stream time is like what, between half five, like between like 5 and 6. You normally start, and it's between 5 and 6 now. But yeah. Yeah, I'll stop rambling and end the stream. I would raid, but I've gotta head off for a dinner in a few minutes, so I shall just have to leave you guys to it. I think so. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll see Ben and Sam later on Ben's stream. So yeah, let's stop rambling now. I'm really good at ending streams.